Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to welcome you here today on behalf of the Bayterek National Management Holding, on behalf of the Astana International Financial Center, and on behalf of BCPD. So we're very, very glad to welcome you on the Corporate Secretary Forum. And of course, this forum is held on an annual basis in order to celebrate the professional holiday of corporate secretaries in Kazakhstan. And I believe we will start with a short video, and then I will announce some of the key panel members that we have the pleasure of having with us today. And we will go with a few panel sessions, and in between we will have a coffee break and also some interesting awards and essay competition. So with that, do we have the video now, or? Okay, so perhaps let me announce then some of the key panel members that we have. So we're truly blessed to have an absolutely outstanding panel members and speakers today, led by Professor Alexander Van de Putte. So of course, he needs no introduction. And of course, we, especially at AIFC and actually at many, many national companies and sovereign wealth funds and national holdings, people know Professor Alexander very, very well. And I just wanted to add maybe a couple of things to his great positions, experience, and titles. So he is pracademic, which basically is both practitioner and an academy professional worker, so or academic, yeah. So somebody who not only structures, thinks, and writes very clearly and does outstanding research, but also who is able to implement such things in practice. And he has done a lot in Kazakhstan and elsewhere, particularly things with regards to strategy, leadership, risks, resilience, sustainability. And of course, we're blessed to have him with us in Kazakhstan for almost 15 years now. So Professor Alexander, thank you so much for all your contribution to Kazakhstan, to AIFC, and everywhere. So we're really, really honored to have you. Please. So today with us also we have some incredible panel speakers that will share their thoughts, views, and opinions on very, very important subject as disruptive risks and resilience. So we will have Mr. Ardak Zhumagaliyev, who is the Deputy Corporate Secretary and Head of Corporate Secretary Office at the Bayterek National Management Holding. With us we will have Evgenia Bogdanova. She is Head of Regulation and Compliance at the Astana International Exchange. We will also hear some of the professional views and experiences from Aliya Murzagaliyeva, Director of the Asset Management Department at the Bayterek National Holding. Also, we have a representative of PwC with us, Mrs. Amina Suleymanova. She is a consultant on corporate governance and ESG. We also have with us Samal Rashid. She is Head of Corporate Governance Sector at Sovereign Wealth Fund Samruk Kazina. And many, many other distinguished guests and panel speakers. But I just wanted to also say a few words about our guest of honor today. So Mr. Jardin. So he is a very, very well-known person in the corporate secretary's world of Kazakhstan, and I had the pleasure and privilege to work with him as well at Samruk Kazina Fund many, many years back. And he is the person who is the very first official best corporate secretary in Kazakhstan, and he won that title in a competition in the year 2009. And that was the very first, actually, such event that we had. And since then, of course, we had many. And even just last year, we had this competition award just at this very trading hall. I believe a person from, corporate secretary from Damu, development institution under Baiterek won that award. So, and of course, Mr. Jardiem, he with his experience back in 2000, early 2000s, he was able to actually create and, share his own personal energy and enthusiasm into developing the corporate secretaries sector of Kazakhstan. Also, I believe in the year 2011 or 12, started the Kazakhstan certification of this of corporate secretaries of Kazakhstan. So we have many great and honorable colleagues in the corporate secretaries world, and big welcome again to you all. Yes. So I believe we've prepared a very nice video for you, and I think we will look at the video first, and then we'll start with our panel sessions, unless my colleagues advise me otherwise. So I was just advised that we will show the video a bit later. So let us start with our plenary session on disruptive risks and resilience. And to that, I would like to invite to the stage with the opening comments, Professor Alexander van de Putte. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Is this? Yes, I hear myself, so I guess it's working. Good afternoon, everybody. And indeed, we are here to celebrate and promote company secretaries. I use the term company secretaries as opposed to corporate secretaries, but in essence, we mean the same. We started this collaboration between Baiterek and the AIFC and the BCPD in particular last year. And we hope that we will be able to continue this collaboration for a long time going forward. I don't need to introduce the role of the company secretary, but the company secretary is very often the only governance professional that is full-time employed by the company. Best practice examples show that the company secretary and the role of the company lawyer, although someone in this room may not necessarily agree with me, should not be combined. It should actually be separate roles, because the company lawyer is typically reporting to the chief executive, where the company secretary is actually reporting to the board and to the chair. Just to give you an indication how much a company secretary is appreciated, the average salary in the United Kingdom of a FTSE 100 company secretary was, without bonuses, £380,000 2 years ago. So I'm not saying that all the company secretaries should now start applying to companies in the United Kingdom, but we really need to promote the role of the company secretary in Kazakhstan. So today, I'm going to be talking about, as the title indicates, disruptive risks and resilience. So if I would ask our audience here, and we look at the overall economy, and we zoom in into Kazakhstan, on a scale from 0 to 10, how resilient is our economy? What would you say? From a scale from 0 to 10, 10 being more resilient, 0 being less resilient. What would you say? 5, I hear? As well?
Not very resilient.
Not very resilient. I think with 5, we probably are giving a polite answer. Now, I'm not saying that other countries are substantially more resilient than Kazakhstan. Just look at COVID-19 and how that affected the resiliency of our global value chains, or look at the current Russian invasion in Ukraine, and actually how that affects the energy insecurity in Europe, but also global food supplies. So our global economy is not very resilient. And the role of the company secretary of the board, because in essence, an economy, a country, is a collection of businesses. Whether it's small and medium-sized enterprises or listed companies, it is a collection of businesses. If the underlying businesses are resilient, then the economy is likely going to be resilient as well. So last year, I talked about the evolution of corporate governance, and in particular, I zoomed into corporate governance 4.0. It's a term that I have coined, and I also created a company, and the logo of my company is right there. It's CG 4.0. Now, some people are compliance officers here, and they may be upset with me for what I'm going to say here, but I'm not trying to critique anything. I'm just trying to suggest that we in Kazakhstan also have to evolve in terms of our approach to corporate governance. But let me very quickly start with the very beginning. In modern era, because corporate governance of course exists for many centuries already, but in modern era, it dates back to the 1980s in the United States. And there was a phenomena where private equity firms, and at that time the private equity firms did not have a long-term interest in the company. They were interested in making a quick return. They were actually raiders. And they were actually trying to take over companies. And what companies then did, they made amendments to their charters, and those amendments, very often referred to as poison pills, were designed to fence off undesirable takeovers. That was the 1980s. Then came the 1990s and early part of this century, and we saw a lot of corporate scandals. You all heard about Enron, but there are many, many more. Maxwell is a good other example, and also WorldCom. But in Europe, we had, for example, Ahold in the Netherlands and also Parmalat in Italy. And then we had two reactive behaviors, so to speak. One was the Cadbury report in 1992. Sir Adrian Cadbury was the person behind that report. And we also had Sarbanes-Oxley in the United States. It was really designed in order to prevent fraudulent failure. And I refer to that as corporate governance 2.0 or compliance-driven governance. Increasingly, companies had to comply with regulations. Some are based on principles, some are based on rules. They had, however, one particular thing in common. Although they were developed independently, they required that companies would create, this, we're talking about listed companies, of course, that companies would create a separate and independent audit committee. And that audit committee would be staffed by people with recent and relevant financial experience. But the key is independence, because when you have independence, then there's less risk for potential conflicts. Then came the global financial economic crisis, which, by the way, was anticipated. But for reasons of maybe greed and short-termism, led to the global financial and economic crisis, which, of course, had enormous social and economic consequences as well. What then happened was the Walker Report in the UK and the Dodd-Frank Act in the United States. The focus increasingly shifted not away, but from compliance to compliance and performance at the same time. I refer to that as foresight-driven governance. And interestingly, again, both acts had one thing in common. They recommended the creation of a separate risk committee, separate from the audit committee, because typically the audit committee looks backwards. And the risk committee would actually be looking at forward-looking risks. Now, the argument can also be made, why only for financial institutions? Why should, for example, a large company, publicly traded company like, let's say, Shell or Total, that of course faces a lot of risk from the external environment, not have a separate forward-looking risk committee? Now, we see that actually happening more and more in companies. But the question is, not only do you identify the risks, but how do you integrate that into your strategy, into your decision-making? And that's what we will be talking largely about today. Now, what then happened is COP21, also referred to as the Paris Agreement, and a year before the Sustainable Development Goals from the United Nations. And interestingly, we saw then, because here we talk about the UK and the US primarily, but look here, we see the King IV Code. And the King IV Code comes from a developing country, South Africa. So for the first time, we actually see, although it's a Commonwealth country, a developing country spearheading the future of corporate governance. And for the first time, we see an outcomes-driven governance code. Outcomes as opposed to compliance or foresight-driven. And the focus increasingly shifts towards that a company, through its board, should contribute not only to sustainable, but also to inclusive and resilient business growth, but for the benefit of society. What is interesting is the Business Roundtable in the United States. In 2019, more than 180 CEOs of the largest companies in the world pledged that they would create value not just for the shareholder, but also for other stakeholders. So we see a shift from shareholder capitalism towards stakeholder capitalism. And by the way, that is really needed today. This drawing is taken from a paper that I wrote in 2004. I was transitioning from Shell International to the World Economic Forum. And the World Economic Forum had opened a competition because they wanted to fill a role, and that role was going to be a senior director responsible to shape the global, the regional, and the industry agendas. And in that paper that I wrote in 2004, I argued that there should be 3 practices at the World Economic Forum. One would be global risks, the other one would be scenario planning, and the third one would be an existing practice, and that was the Global Competitiveness Report. And then I became the head of the global practices that included those 3 practices. But let me very quickly explain what I highlighted in that report or that paper that I wrote in 2004. First of all, I talked about black swans. And I want you to forget everything you have read about black swans, because unfortunately, Dr. Taleb is totally misrepresenting what black swans really mean, because he didn't go back in time to read the literature on black swans. Black swans were identified for the first time in the literature by Herman Gahn in the 1950s. And the key aspect about a black swan is there are no signals. There are no signals that are about to tell what is going to happen. That doesn't mean, and I will talk about that later on, that we should ignore potential black swans. Number 2 is there are situations where you have weak signals. And I happened to work in the mid to late 1980s with Pierre Wack, who had just retired from Shell and was now a lecturer at the Harvard Business School. And Pierre was always talking to me about gray rhinos. And I said, what do you mean with gray rhinos, Pierre? And he said to me the following. First of all, they're gray because they're shades of gray. Number two, if you ignore them, danger is ahead of you. Because you don't want to face a rhino because you ignore the weak signals. And I normally don't wear glasses, but I wear them on purpose. Because the reason is that we tend to look through our lenses, but we ignore to look in the periphery. The weak signals play out in the periphery. How often do we look as governance professionals in the periphery so that basically we can anticipate future discontinuities? Because then we can turn a future discontinuity into an opportunity. I have a case study on that later on. The last one, and I believe that in my 2004 paper, I was the first person to coin white elephant. The reason why I use it as a white elephant is that, first of all, an elephant is a very big animal, but white is very visible. In this case, there are strong signals. If you don't see them, then basically you must be blind, because the signals are right there in front of you. I also refer that as a Kodak moment. A Kodak moment is basically if you invent something and then afterwards you ignore it and someone else runs away with the rewards. In that case, we're talking about electric photography, digital photography, as opposed to chemical photography, and the Japanese companies like Nikon and Canon had the rewards of it, and Kodak went bankrupt. So these three animals in the animal kingdom of disruptive risks all have a place as part of the role of the board, but also as part of the decision-making process. Let me first start with black swans. As I mentioned, no early warning. And the key characteristic is that they cannot be anticipated neither in time nor in space. You cannot say it's going to happen here and it's going to happen then. That's the characteristics of a black swan. It has nothing to do with probability. Response, contingency planning. The objective is to have a rapid, multifaceted, and appropriate response, with the objective to mitigate the impact of a black swan, not knowing when or where the black swan would happen. Examples. Oops, it doesn't show my beautiful pictures. Let me go back. No. On the left-hand side was a picture from September 9/11. In the middle, Fukushima nuclear disaster, the triple disaster. And number 3, COVID. Some people tell me COVID is not a black swan because it was in the global risk report of the World Economic Forum. And I said, COVID was not in the risk report. I started the risk report, so don't tell me what was in there and what is not in there. Pandemics were in there. But a specific event like COVID, nobody identified neither in time nor in space. It's very different to identify potential black swans versus a specific event. So nobody anticipated these events neither in time nor in space, and the reason is there were no specific signals that would foretell that something is about to unfold. There are many others, but I just highlight 3. And let me zoom into one in particular, because the question is, what do you do as a board with regards to potential black swan events? And the very good example, I will skip this, but you all get the slides, by the way. is Cantor Fitzgerald, 9/11. Cantor Fitzgerald is one of the largest financial services companies in the world. And they occupied, well, here's where the plane flew in, right? And their offices were on the top floors of that particular tower, One World Trade Center. They had 3 levels of contingency planning in place in case something would happen that would prevent them to continue to operate their business because passwords and other things would be lost. The first level was that they would share passwords, work-related passwords, to 4 nearby colleagues. Only work-related passwords to 4 nearby colleagues. So just think about it. How do we do that? Do you share your password to nearby colleagues, for example? That was required as part of their own corporate governance code. Now, obviously, given that most of their colleagues died, 658 died, they were not able to recover from that first level of contingency planning the passwords. Then what kicked in was the second level of contingency planning. They had a contract with Microsoft, and Microsoft, within hours, mobilized 30 security experts, and they would use brute force. Brute force is using supercomputers in order to try to crack the passwords. It would have eventually worked, but there's also an element of luck. It can happen quickly, but it could also take up to months. And if it takes up to months, a financial institution would be bankrupt. So then there was a third element that they used, and the third element was to talk to family members, friends, and others in order to understand a lot of aspects about the personal life of those who perished during the attacks. Within 2 days, ladies and gentlemen, they were up and running again. So even when you have a black swan event, you actually can have contingency planning, in this case at 3 levels, and you can be up and running and back into business, despite the fact, of course, that 652 people died in the crisis. So that's number 1. Number 2. Number 2 is the gray rhino. Remember, that comes from 1970s, Pierre Watt, who was, by the way, the grandfather of scenario planning at Shell. So weak signals, you already have them, and therefore you have a range of possible outcomes. Shades of gray. Remember what Pierre said, and that's why he called it a gray rhino. The response, you would use scenario planning. But it's not sufficient to have scenario planning, because scenario planning is not strategy. What you also need is options. And an option is the right, but not the obligation. And therefore, an option doesn't cost a lot of money. And then you design these options, or those portfolio of options, with the objective to disrupt yourself before you're disrupted from the outside. In the case study later on, I will illustrate actually how that works in practice. If you do that, you're able to capture the value of strategic flexibility. And that is a significant value, because that's also the value of optionality. The right, but not the obligation, to take an action in the face of uncertainty. Examples: the global financial economic crisis. Number 2, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I know we have a Ukrainian friend here. I'm part of the intelligence community. And after the invasion of Russia in Georgia, but also the annexation of Crimea, in the intelligence community we said it's not if, but when Russia would invade Ukraine. So we knew it could happen because the weak signals were already there. The last one is digital-enabled logistics and transportation. Now, in all these cases, these events have been anticipated based on cause and effect. In scenario planning, you want to use cause and effect. If this happens, this could happen. That was IBM. And the team came up with an idea to develop TradeLens based on a blockchain. Now, TradeLens, in this case, would be for a shipping company, but would basically make the entire value chain paperless in terms of including, for example, here in terms of sustainability, because you use ETRs, electronic transferable records, as opposed to paper documents even for customs clearing. It would also be more resilient. Some people are following us on live stream. Let's say there are 100 people following on live stream. They may be in 30 different locations. Do they care how they connected to our forum here? They don't, for as long as they're connected. Is that connection resilient? Yes, because it uses the internet. So in essence, what this is an Internet of Things network. And because you have an Internet of Things network, even if a node or a hub in the system breaks down, the system will be resilient enough in order to get the parcels through the entire value chain. It's also more inclusive because the fourth industrial revolution has, first of all, higher paying jobs. It's also healthier jobs. It reduces the digital divide, not only within countries, but also between countries as well. And it also promotes social mobility and entrepreneurship. And this is something we really need in many countries around the world, not just Kazakhstan. The last one is white elephants. And in that case, we already have strong signals. I refer to that very often, the writing is already on the wall. If you don't see it by then, you will never see it. And therefore, the signals are clear enough that you don't need a range of outcomes, but basically a forecast is very useful in order to design strategy. But the moment you face a white elephant as a company, the only thing you can do is play catch-up. It's the only thing you can do. You won't be able to create a blue ocean anymore, and we'll talk about blue oceans in a minute. And the whole idea is to act quickly and decisively to avoid bankruptcy. I don't want to scare you. Actually, I do want to scare you, because you don't want to face bankruptcy. And don't think it can't happen to a country. I remember when I was younger, I saw the IMF Secretary General looking over the shoulder of Suharto, who was the president of Indonesia, when basically Indonesia was writing its kind of financial sovereignty away to the IMF, and it happened with Greece as well, following the global financial economic crisis. Kazakhstan has, don't get me wrong, has a very good balance sheet, and that's a positive thing. Here are a couple of examples of white elephants. First of all, global climate change. Currently, it stands at $16.5 trillion. If it would be a country, an economy, it would be the second biggest economy in the world, in between the US and China. And if we don't do anything, it will overtake the US economy by 2030 or before. The electrification of personal mobility is another white elephant. And the last one here that I use as an example is the energy insecurity in Europe. And we saw this coming for a long time ago, but it was ignored. So these are situations where the writing is on the wall. An example. Electrification of personal mobility. Let me talk about the strong signals here. First of all, the cost of global climate change, 16.5 trillion. I referred to that already before. Nobody can ignore that anymore, nor as a business, nor as a country. In 2019, Mark Carney, he was the Chancellor of the Exchequer at the time, so in essence, the governor of the National Bank in the United Kingdom. He said that firms ignoring the climate crisis will go bankrupt. People were saying, what is Mr. Carney talking about? But he's right. The Secretary General of the UN, a couple of weeks ago, he said the following: it's a highway to climate hell. So, and that was in order to urge people to actually act. This is maybe taken a little bit out of context, but I wanted to mention it here because it's important, especially for Kazakhstan, is that at the beginning of next year, CBAM comes into force, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. And it will put a carbon tax on exports and imports into the European Union. CBAM will make most Kazakh exports to the European Union uncompetitive, because most are made based on coal, thermal coal. And thermal coal has a lot of CO2 and other climate-related emissions. And in 2022, so very recently, actually a couple of months ago, the European Union announced that starting from 2035, you cannot sell a car unless it's a zero-emission car. So that's 12 years from now. California has done the same. So this is based on regulations. But if you just think about it, battery electric vehicles are not only more sustainable, they're also much more resilient when integrated into a smart grid. And they're also more inclusive for reasons that I mentioned before. the type of jobs that you create, the entrepreneurship that you stimulate is dramatically higher than is in the traditional economy. In essence, with this, we move into the knowledge economy. So this is an example where companies like BMW, Toyota, Volkswagen Group, General Motors are playing catch-up. The only thing they can do right now is to play catch-up. There's no value anymore from strategic flexibility. And now I'm going to use a case study, and that will be the end of my presentation. I joined the World Economic Forum in 2004. That's right here, 2004, the very beginning. And in September of 2004, I did a trip to visit to the United States, primarily to visit the strategic partners. The strategic partners at the World Economic Forum have a say into the agenda of Davos. So I went to see 50 CEOs of strategic partners in the United States. We're also having a meeting with Sequoia Capital, based in Silicon Valley. And they said, you need to meet with a little startup called Tesla. Well, not a surprise. It's a Tesla case study. At that time, Elon Musk was not yet involved in Tesla. We met with the co-founders, and we had the pleasure of even test driving the Tesla Roadster, which was a Lotus Elise, where the internal combustion engine was replaced by a battery with an electric car, with an electric engine. So that was 2004. I was really very interested in electric mobility because of that visit. And I then started monitoring what Tesla was actually doing. In 2007, they announced that they would launch a sedan, and they called that sedan at the time the White Star. That later became the Tesla Model S. And that was announced then officially in 2008. But the prototype, actually, the White Star, was 2007. We're here right now. At that moment in time, I wonder what are some of the weak signals that Tesla is interested in. So 2007, 2004 was my visit. 2005, a little bit before, Nicholas Stern, Professor Stern at the time, now Lord Stern, published the Stern Report. And he estimated the cost of global climate change was at that time $500 billion US. Remember, today it's 16.5 trillion, right? So at that time, still a weak signal. Not insignificant, but still weak. Number two is that oil prices at that time were very high. They collapsed and then recovered with the global financial economic crisis. And thirdly, that the cost of battery technology was dramatically declining. Based on that, Tesla decided to develop a sedan and launch it in 2012. Now, here we have weak signals, and here we have strong signals. When you have weak signals, remember what we talked about before, it's a gray rhino. And when you have strong signals, it's a white elephant. But there's another element that's very important that I slightly referred to before, and that's the optionality value. That's the green line here, and that's the value of strategic flexibility. And that value of strategic flexibility is reflected in the market capitalization of Tesla, which is higher than the market capitalization of all other automotive companies combined, all of them in the entire world except for the Chinese, because most of them are not publicly traded. But it includes the Japanese, the Europeans, the Americans, the South Koreans, all of them combined. And the reason is the value of strategic flexibility. Now, that value of strategic flexibility has a negative correlation with signal strength. So when your signal strength goes up and it becomes a strong signal, your value of strategic flexibility goes down and even becomes nil. Here we refer to that as you disrupt yourself or you be disrupted. In this case, the automotive companies were disrupted by a startup, that startup being Tesla. And now they're only playing catch-up. Tesla effectively created a blue ocean. What is a blue ocean? Is an uncontested market. Is a market that previously did not exist. And the other players are basically operating in a red ocean market. A red ocean market is basically where, if you have two players, compete for market share. But it's not anymore an uncontested market. It's a market that already has been created. Here, there's not much value in there anymore because you're out of the money. But the whole idea is to avoid obsolescence. In other words, avoid going bust. Also interestingly, is that when you have an option, the right but not the obligation, the abandonment value, if you see that your option will not be, you will not be able to exercise that option, you can still abandon it at a low cost. But when you're here, the abandonment cost is very, very high. So options have a low abandonment cost, but have enormous strategic value. And when we then think about strategy execution, here it's really about the first mover advantage. And note that this is to the right of this line, because then you still have the fast followers, and the only fast follower was Nissan Renault, nobody else. And that means that the others are laggards. And they're now just trying to play catch-up. So my question in general is, how good are we at spotting potential black swans, and how good are our contingency plans? How well are we at spotting discontinuities, the weak signals in the external environment? And how do we, as boards, make sense of them in terms of strategic decision-making? And where are the situations where basically the writing is already on the wall, the white elephants, that will result in a potential contraction of the economy or a bankruptcy of countries, of companies? So the question then is, what is the role of the company secretary? Because after all, this is the company secretary's forum. First of all, when we talk about strategy, SRI, by the way, is a replacement of ESG. I think that ESG has outlived its purpose. G should never have been part of ESG because it's all about governance in the first place. So I would like to replace it with S, R, and I, sustainability, inclusiveness, and resiliency. So what's the role of the company secretary in terms of strategy? The first question is, are disruptive risk and opportunities integrated in the company's long-term strategy? That's the first question that you have to ask. And the company secretary would have to work with the chair especially in order to make sure that those issues are reflected. How is the company measuring and monitoring its progress against milestones and goals set as part of the strategy? So that's part of the monitoring that you need to have in place in order to see how those weak signals would unfold. Messaging. Do SRI messaging and activities align with the company's purpose and stakeholder interest? Risk assessment. Have material disruptive risks So the three that we talked about, black swans, gray rhinos, and white elephants, been identified and incorporated in the enterprise risk management system. Has the board allocated the oversight of these risks to the full board or individual committees? And lastly, reporting. Transparency, as we all know, is very important in corporate governance. What is the best communication platform to use for the company's SRI disclosures? The very last slide is this one, and it's based on an interview I gave for The Economist publication in 2007, when they came to interview me at IE Business School. And I would basically say three things out of that interview. Corporations need to learn how to navigate uncertainty, because change, whether it's market, technological, or product, is accelerating. So the velocity of change is dramatically accelerating, as influenced also by the fourth industrial revolution. Therefore, companies need to have two things. First of all, they need to have a compass. The compass is not shown here, but the compass will give it strategic direction. It also needs to have a radar, because the radar will allow it to scan for discontinuities, not just in the external environment, but also internally in the organization. I would argue that the Volkswagen Dieselgate scandal would never have happened if the company would have had a single-tier board. That's one of the big challenges that we have in Germany, that you have a supervisory board, and the supervisory board is fundamentally detached from what's happening within the company. So they were not looking at what's happening inside the organization, including the culture. And this is very important. And ask yourself how we score. You don't have to say what the answer is, but basically, are we changing at least as fast as the environment in which we are operating? Because we need to change at least as fast as the environment in which we are operating. Mr. Forum Chair, I'll hand back to you. Unless maybe there are some questions. If there are no questions, you will get all the slides, and I believe it's recorded as well, and I will hand back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. This is an absolutely mind-blowing presentation on such an important topic, and thank you very much for laying this out so clearly. So you talked about strategic foresight and disruptive risks. You talked about the black swan events, the white elephants, the gray rhinos, and how this affects us in terms of market capitalization, in terms of actually running the businesses. And you also talked about capturing the value of strategic flexibility and the company secretary's role in embedding those SRI in the boards in the board agenda. And I also liked your comment at the very last slide on change, and that it is accelerating and it's a constant uncertainty that we live in now. Unfortunately or sadly, in Kazakhstan, sometimes we say a lot about change, and we say that the only constant thing in Kazakhstan is change. So that refers to, change in everything, change in leadership, in management, in processes, in regulations. So this is the environment that we live in, and we have to adapt, and we have to overcome and work in such conditions. So I don't envy our next speaker, who will be speaking after our dear professor, but nevertheless, I would like to invite Mr. Ardak Jumagaliyev, Deputy Corporate Secretary and Head of Corporate Secretary Office at Bayterek, to give us his opening remarks as well. Please.
Professor, thank you very much indeed for such a fascinating presentation. So if you allow me, I would like to begin. And you might want to use the headphones for this one. Thank you. Құрметті форумға қатысушылар, Байтерек ұлттық басқарушы холдингінің атынан екінші жылы Астана халықаралық қаржы орталығымен бірге өткізіп отырған корпоративтік хатшылар форумы қатысушыларына алғысымды білдіремін. Данное мероприятие
This
нацелено
event
на обсуждение рациональных
is about
решений,
discussion
которые
of
необходимо
rational
принять в
decisions
целях
which should
обеспечения
be
устойчивого
taken
развития
in order to
наших
provide
организаций.
sustainable development of our
В этом году
organizations.
выбрана
This
тема
year, we have
Disruptive
chosen a
Risk and
topic
Resiliency.
which is
Это связано с
disruptive
тем,
risks
что
and
сейчас, как
resiliency,
никогда, компаниям требуется дальновидный
because
подход к управлению
the
рисками.
companies need
Национальный управляющий
a
холдинг Байтерек
long-term
активно внедряет
or
в свою деятельность
far-sighted
принципы и
approach to
инициативы,
managing the risks.
обеспечивающие
Bayterek
согласованность
Holding
экономических,
is actively
экологических
introducing in
и
its activity
социальных
the
целей
principles and
для устойчивого
initiatives
развития в
ensuring
долгосрочном периоде.
ESG
В
for a
частности, при
long-term
формировании
perspective. In
проектного портфеля
particular,
холдинг отдает предпочтение проектам, которые соответствуют целям устойчивого развития и оказывают значительное влияние на устойчивое социально-экономическое развитие нашей страны.
influence in long-term
Холдинг,
socio-economic
как финансовый
development of
институт,
Kazakhstan. Holding
уделяет
as a
ответственному
financial
финансированию
institute
особое внимание.
focuses
Для развития
on
данного
responsible
направления
financing
холдингам
law
предоставляются
for
инструменты
developing
поддержки для зеленых проектов.
these
Также успешно запускаются новые инструменты зеленого финансирования,
finances.
в частности,
Holding
зеленые социальные
also
облигации. Холдинг в
supports
дальнейшем
green
намерен
projects,
предоставлять
and in the
инструменты поддержки,
future, the
направленные
holding
на
is
развитие
going to
альтернативных
support
источников энергии.
to provide the
В
support
холдинге разработана
instruments
экологическая и
to those
социальная политика,
projects which are
определяющая
actually
принципы и
about
подходы к
development of
учету и
alternatives,
мониторингу
sources of energy
ESG
adaptation
в
to
инвестиционной
climate
деятельности.
change and
Данный
decarbonization.
документ
In
направлен
the
на повышение
holding, we have
потенциальных положительных
a separate
экологических и
document
социальных
which is
эффектов от реализации
ESG
проектов,
principles, and
финансируемых
it's about
дочерними
the
организациями
activities of
холдинга.
the holding and its
Вместе с тем хотелось бы
subsidiaries.
отметить работу
And I would like to
холдинга и дочерних
highlight
организаций
holding
в
and its
цифровизации.
subsidiaries work
В
with
холдинге
regard
оцифрованы все процессы HR, документооборота, финансового блока, процессы административно-хозяйственной деятельности. В казахстанской жилищной компании запущен жилищный портал, где казахстанцы могут получать информацию о всех объектах полевого строительства,
housing
имеющих
company, we've
соответствующие
launched
разрешения.
the housing
Более
portal,
того,
where
жилищный портал публикует
nationals
информацию о
can get
застройщиках
all the
нарушителях,
information about
привлекающих средства
mortgages,
дольщиков без соответствующих
and we
разрешений.
also publish the
Банки
information
развития Казахстана
about the
полностью
development
автоматизированы
companies.
процессы подачи заявок на
Development Bank
кредитование
of
крупного
Kazakhstan has
бизнеса,
automated
процессы
the process
взаимодействия со
of
стейкхолдерами
application
и так далее.
for
Аграрные
loans
кредитные
for
корпорации
major
разработали схему
businesses. Agrarian
автоматизации
Trade
по
Corporation
рассмотрению
has
заявок
developed the automation
на
system on
микрокредиты
consideration
онлайн.
of
Такой подход помогает
applications for
повысить качество и
microcredits
прозрачность
online. This
процесса
approach
рассмотрения заявок.
allows to improve the quality and transparency
Холдинг
of
и
the
его дочерние
application
организации продолжат
consideration
работу
process.
по
The
локализации целей
holding
устойчивого
and
развития
its
и внедрения принципов ESG.
subsidiaries will continue to
Құрметті әріптестер,
work on
біз
on
осы форум
ESGs.
аясында ашық әрі қызықты диалог болатынынан шын жүректен сеніміміз мол. Осы жердегі барлық қатысушылар өзінің саласында басқа да бағыта тәжірибе мүмкіндігі бар. По итогам проведения такого рода мероприятий будут выработаны эффективные предложения по улучшению инструментов реагирования на внешние риски, что в итоге приведет к обеспечению устойчивости наших организаций. В честь Дня корпоративного секретаря нами организован конкурс корпоративных секретарей, где 3 финалиста презентуются эссе, и участниками форума будет выбран один
To
победитель.
celebrate the Corporate Secretary Day, we
Желаю
have
всем
organized the competition
участникам и
of
гостям
corporate secretaries with
интересной,
3
продуктивной
finalists
дискуссии, а финалистам
presenting their
конкурса
sets,
удачи.
and the participants
Спасибо.
of the forum will choose one winner. All the best to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jumagaliyev, for speaking to us on all your initiative at the Bayterek National Managing Holding with regards to corporate governance, with regards to digitalization, and truly it's a lot. And my personal opinion is that I think Bayterek National Managing Holding is one of our fundamental leaders in Kazakhstan in terms of corporate governance. And of course, one might say that it would be a bit easier perhaps because banking and finance is a bit more easier to implement, such regulatory initiatives as corporate governance compared to, for example, Samruk Kazina Wealth Fund, where I used to work previously, because in the portfolio of the fund there are a lot those very heavy asset-intensive industries like oil and gas and railways and energy and etc. And of course, but even then, I applaud our colleagues from Samruk Kazina for doing fantastic work in terms of strengthening the role and the importance of corporate governance in all of those industries. So dear ladies and gentlemen, with that, I would like to invite Mrs. Evgenia Bogdanova, our Head of Regulation and Compliance at the Astana International Exchange.
Спасибо, профессор, за интересную презентацию. Спасибо холдингу «Байтерек» за организацию этого мероприятия.
Thanks to Байтерек for organizing this event. Thanks for inviting me. And I'm very glad to see all you here. I actually represent AIX, and I am in charge of the listing, market oversight. And today's forum is devoted to corporate secretary role. But as I learned from professor before the forum started, there is a huge difference between corporate secretary and company secretary. And actually in Great Britain, in companies which are listed publicly, this role is called corporate secretary. In private companies, it's company secretary. And actually, that's why I wanted to touch upon some
корпоративных секретарей именно
занимающих
роль в публичных компаниях и вот аспектов взаимодействия с биржей. То есть в своей повседневной деятельности корпоративные секретари организуют деятельность директоров и взаимодействуют
activities, corporate secretaries, they arrange the board of directors activities, they interact with regulators and registration bodies. And when the company becomes public, when the papers of the securities of the company are traded in the market, there is a need to interact with the market, with exchange market, and with minority shareholders. If this listing of actually shared documents and the owners of bonds. So let's call them investors. Correspondingly, the public status of the company requires change.
Системе корпоративного управления, в структуре корпоративного управления, а также большей прозрачности. Соответственно, стандарты и корпоративного управления,
the standards and the system of corporate governance
прозрачности устанавливаются, как правило, регулятором и правилами биржи. В МФЦ это комитет по регулированию.
They are subject to the regulation by the committee by the regulator of financial services. For example, in IFRS we have market rules, and there is a regulation on disclosure of information in the exchange. In our everyday life, we see how private companies transform into public companies, and recommend them to learn which standards we expect them to meet.
Потенциальных, и также разъясняем, собственно, что мы ожидаем.
Expect from them.
Подготовительная работа.
Of course, some preparatory work should be done long before the company is listed with respect to changes in the corporate structure. What is the best practice for non-public companies? For those companies which are listed, this is a usual requirement with respect to the changes in the structure. For example, the composition of the board of directors, and it is recommended that 1/3 of the members should be independent directors, 2 of them should be independent directors, and the function of the chair of the board of directors and the executive body would not be this.
Комитета по аудиту и комитета по вознаграждению. Опять же, требования к корпоративному управлению будут варьироваться в зависимости от того, какой инструмент вы листингуете на бирже.
Composition of the board of directors should be different depending on which securities you emit in the exchange market.
В части прозрачности, соответственно, компаниям нужно выстроить эффективный диалог со своими инвесторами.
The companies should establish a very efficient dialogue with their investors. This is done in different ways. In particular, in the calendar of corporate events, new meetings appear, for example, Investor Day or road shows, where the companies, for example, share their financial results, their investment activities, and in the interactive.
Также этот диалог происходит и в форме отчетов, регулярных отчетов. Это
on a regular basis.
годовой финансовой информации, которая готовится
For example, you prepare the report on the annual financial information. This information should be audited by independent auditors, which should also meet the criteria of the exchange market, as auditors are the guarantors of the reliability of the information disclosed to the investors. In addition to financial reporting, the companies prepare annual reports on the operational results, financial results, material changes within this period, within certain period, circumstances which may lead to these changes. This is what
А также важный момент, то, что совет директоров в таком отчете должен
what is important is that the board of directors should confirm in this report that the company is able to timely implement their activities, their obligations, at least within the next 12 months. So they should state that there are no signals of bankruptcy for the period of next 12 months. And the company should also confirm that it is in compliance with the corporate governance principles. If not, then what should be done in order to improve the situation, in order to mitigate the risks?
Компания раскрывает информацию в форме существенных фактов. Это такие факторы, как проведение созыв общих собраний,
carrying out general meetings, the agenda is given on the material transactions, information on the transactions about the shares of the companies, involving persons with managerial responsibilities, payments of dividends upon the coupons, shares, and corporate secretary here plays a very important role. He's in charge of coordinating all these processes. As the corporate secretary is involved in all the processes,
именно он аккумулирует вот как бы центр вот этой всей информации и понимает, в какой момент эту информацию нужно раскрыть и донести.
And at which point this information should be disclosed to investors.
So, and the stock exchange helps in this process to have the dialogue with investors, and we have a respective infrastructure called the system for the regulatory announcement service, which helps the publications to have on all these websites of all these events and reports, and archive of all the news events, and investor has an opportunity to have an access to this archive on event, sort out on the event, and the role of stock exchange is to ensure this information.
Да, как я говорила, вот мы работаем как раз с компаниями, которые приходят к нам как непубличные, потом становятся публичными.
Non-public, then become public. And here we should mention the long-term in Kazakhstan project, which is the privatization of Kazmunagas, which is going on currently. And if you had a plan to participate in privatization of national company, then you have an opportunity to apply until December 2nd and buy shares of Kazmunagas. It's not the investment recommendation. The application can be submitted via brokers traditionally, who are the members of the exchange, or via the application which was designed, application Tabыс. And that's an important project for Kazakhstan. So once again, I would like to congratulate all of you with the professional holiday and say that you will.
Thank you very much, Evgenia. So AIX is truly the leader, I think, on corporate governance front from our AIFC standpoint. And you have to be, of course, you have to lead by example, and we applaud everything that you do. And also, it was quite interesting for me to listen to your transformation cases of our Kazakh companies from private to public. So dear ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'm very happy to announce a small 15-minute coffee break. So unfortunately, we're a bit late on schedule. Most of the guests arrived not at 1:30, but at 2. And we decided to start 20 minutes later so that all our guests, you haven't seen each other for a while. And so we gave you the opportunity for some catch-up chat. And you can do that now. And I will see you all at 3:50. So in about 20 minutes time, actually, for our panel 2 session. Thank you.
Раз, раз.
structured.
Welcome back, everybody. I have the pleasure and honor to introduce our panel. It's on the same subject. It's again on disruptive risks and resilience. And we have an amazing panel. So let me start with Alia, who's sitting on my left here. Alia Murjagalieva, is that correct? She's Director of Asset Management Department at Byterek, and Byterek has been previously introduced. Then on my far left is Samal Rashid, and she's the head of corporate governance sector at Samra Kazina. And Samra Kazina, some people refer to them as a sovereign fund, but it actually, I call it a national holding company. And then we have Amina, and Amina comes from a company, and Sulemenova, a company that I used to work for in total for 13 years. And guess who that is? That's PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers previously. She's consultant and she focuses on corporate governance and ESG. Marat doesn't require any introduction anymore, but let me quickly do it. He's Director of Regional Partnerships at the AIFC Authority. So welcome. So let me immediately get started, and I'm going to start with Samal. Samal will have to leave us early, unfortunately, because our fault, we've been running late. So we will start with the first question. How do you think that a dynamic board composed of directors who have a broad range of experiences and perspectives contribute to the sustainable long-term success of the company? Samal, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, I think that's a very broad question. I mean, there is a huge push from institutional investor kind of community for how organizations really react to what's happening in terms of risks in economies worldwide. And depending on the mandate that the organization has, of course, if I take our organization, there's a very kind of huge national priority agenda, and we should look into some of the social aspects very carefully. And if we talk about the board members and how we select those members, we pay very much huge attention towards the fact that those professionals should not be just one-sided, let's say, specialist in HR, for instance. They should also pretty much be proficient in industrial relations, let's say. And there is also this push, again, from worldwide investors worldwide, that there is, they ask for and push for diverse boards not only in terms of gender and age, but also in terms of socioeconomic background, board tenure, and also they ask for diverse skills and experiences. And in this sense, when I just took this example of a non-executive director, for instance, in HR, and we kind of demand from those people that they also understand the industrial relations, for instance, because currently there is a huge social pressure and also wage pressure in some areas. And those directors, they really should understand that if they are deciding on some issues, they should understand whether they will lead to some, social unrest, or perhaps, if there would be some form of political stability through the increase of wages, they should also understand that they might lead to increase of prices and inflation in the region. And those kind of circumstances or repercussions, they should be aware of when at the point they're making decision. Because let's take another example. If they're deciding on educating youth, for example, they should also think, will those youth be able to find jobs in 10 or 20 years? And even though, they're deciding now, but they should be thinking of those kind of issues. And I think organizations like PRI, it's a very multi-jurisdictional UN-supported organizations. They kind of advise towards investment community. They're asking them, what do you expect from organizations, taking into account political instability, persistent inflation, and insecurity in terms of energy and food? What do you expect from those organizations in terms of ESG or other items? And they not really looking towards ratings anymore and numbers and amounts. They're looking into the real world impact that the organizations are making. And we know that there is a huge greenwashing nowadays, and it's a huge business, in terms of how we present ourselves, organizations. And it is important for the directors to understand what are the consequences of their decisions, and also what would be the real life impact of those decisions in 10, 20 years, long term, and also how to avoid a situation when, for instance, ESG or credit ratings would provide us a false sense of security at the stage where we are now, and then, of course, we get different sort of results. That's kind of very generally on this question.
Thank you very much, Samal. I'm going to give you a hug from a distance, and the reason is the following. Remember my very first slide that I introduced? We talked about Corporate Governance 4.0, which is an outcomes-driven governance framework. And you refer to the implications that decisions have, not only on the shareholder, but also on society. So, and for those people that may be zooming in that are not of Kazakhstan, Samruk-Kazyna contributes more than 50% of the Kazakh GDP. So any decision made at Samruk-Kazyna, but also at the companies, has major implications, not only for the economy, but also for society. So thank you very much. I'm now going to go to Amina, and Amina will be able to provide a perspective as an advisor. Remember that she works for PwC. So Amina, same question to you, please.
Yes, I'd like to introduce in Russian, if you don't mind. Если говорить о влиянии, о
If to speak about the impact
совета директоров
of the
компании, да, то есть мы сегодня говорим о повестке ESG, то есть как в глобальном значении, так и в значении казахстанском значении.
In Kazakhstan, what does it mean? And the board of directors plays a key role, since there is a statement, if you want to improve the environment and social aspects of your companies, then pay attention at the management of these factors. In other words, governance of these factors. In other words, in company, efficiently and effectively shall be the ESG aspects, and for this there is a need to board of directors to guide, to give the strategy so that ESG items will be included properly in all the policies, in the risk of documentation of the companies, and to build the organizational structure properly, so that the companies for a long run can work in this direction. And for this, in BOD,
профессионалы с должными компетенциями в этом направлении для того, чтобы они могли соответствующим образом задавать направление данной деятельности.
In this areas. So briefly, the picture about the role of the board of directors. So what we discuss when cooperating or interacting with different companies. That's it.
Thank you. So diversity, I would say, is critical. And that brings me actually to the second question. And I'm going to again go first to Samal because she needs to leave. And we had a short discussion just before we started this panel discussion. And one of the things we talked about was also shadow boards. So, for example, in companies, there are a lot of unconscious cognitive bias. We all have them. We all have biases. And obviously, when biases cloud decision-making, you can then have unintentional consequences. So how do you believe that cognitive bias affect the ability for leaders and therefore board members to make decisions? And maybe elaborate a little bit, if you can, your perspective at least, on how shadow boards can actually help address some of these unconscious cognitive biases. Mm-hmm. Please, Samal.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for an interesting question. That's, well, I think there are various biases that each person absolutely holds and has. And to name a few, there's confirmation bias, for instance, that when, for instance, a leader or any director just perceives any information that he has already decided on, so she kind of perceives and gives more weight towards some ideas that confirms his idea. There are proximity biases, groupthink biases, and all this kind of makes the board work not effectively, not to the full extent. And well, I think the shadow boards might be an instrument actually, and it's an interesting one. If we talk about how to kind of avoid situations when there is bias, and not only one, but a few during the board discussions, then I guess there is also a technique of devil's advocate that's had been used frequently during boards when, for instance, the chair of the board, he kind of feels that there will be discussion that will be predominantly everybody will agree on the certain topic. He will, before the meeting, perhaps during the shadow meeting or even before, he might kind of talk to one or two independent directors, presumably, and kind of say, how about you voice an alternative idea, and of course with justifications. And then when this happens during the board, and when everybody just, provides their voices for the question, one of them just stand up, just says, how about the different sort of decision, and different consequences. And this actually a very good kind of technique, I think, in any group thinking, in any group work, when the rest of the group starts to think out of the box, they start to think alternatively when they see that someone kind of has guts to speak up. And also, I think there's a book on Netflix, I think, very famous one, read by its CEO of Netflix, and there was this idea that, for instance, even the top management or the director on the board, any employee must socialize his idea before he decides on something. So by socialization, I mean he must speak up, talk to different groups, hear opinions, alternative opinions, and only afterwards. But what are often what top management or directors do is just go to the confirmation bias, through the confirmation bias, and they have decided already, and they're not listening to anyone, and just going for the decision, and those type of things. There's also one case I remember from about the Korean Airlines. I think there was a Korean Airlines crash, and described in the book Genius and Outsiders. There's such book, and it says that it's twofold really, these biases. From the side of the management and leader, it's again confirmation bias. There was a pilot who thought he was doing everything correctly, but there was the other group of his subordinates who, of course there's cultural issue also, but they were afraid of questioning his decisions. And on the other hand, there was a tendency for followers to follow their leaders, and they were not really even daring, they never dared questioning him. So there was a huge crash with lots of deaths. And this shows us that it's twofold really, the biases, but the biases are pretty much everywhere. So, yeah.
Bias are indeed everywhere, and groupthink and confirmation bias obviously are evils, so to speak, right? If we can use that word. Now, I remember when I was at McKinsey, one of the values was that we had the obligation to dissent. And you referred to the Korean crash, where basically you were not allowed to challenge your superiors, right? So what if you have a dominant chair, like Maxwell, for example, that does not want to listen to any of the perspectives of his or her board members, and therefore drives his decisions through? Amina, what's your view on that, please?
Sorry, I have missed the question.
Well, it's the same question, but in essence, your perspective on this.
Yes, if we're talking about diversity at the boards of the directors, today we talk about changes what we should introduce at our board levels, and sorry,
maybe I can add a bit and complement to what Samal and Amina has. So there are two things actually that I really liked in what was said. So the first, the multiple biases. And I've experienced it, unfortunately, too many times when you go into the room and there are just layers and layers and degrees of biases, and you have to peel each one. And then with dominant chairs. So this is basically, I think, a problem of lack of socializing. And as Samal has said, as you also referred to that, so I think sometimes we make decisions in company boards and at government levels and in businesses a bit in silos. So it could be a dominant chair, or it could be just a team, actually, this government team or this company team, that do not discuss it enough with other groups outside of their kind of inner circle. And perhaps some of the things that we agree on and make decisions is because that you have surrounded yourself with such a circle, then Obviously, you are not able to hear other opinion, other views, and other angles. And there are too many examples like that in the world, and unfortunately, even right now with geopolitical situation and etc. So I think this socializing, not being in the silo, is absolutely important.
Very much so, and I'm happy you brought up that example. A similar example that I have experienced, I'm not going to cite the company, it was in Kazakhstan, but I was a chairman of the board, and the company secretary was pushing me all the time in order to make decisions. And I said, well, but don't we have to first hear the different perspectives of the various board members before reaching a decision? Also, as the chair, I would never voice my opinion first. I would first listen to the other directors, because otherwise, similar to Maxwell, the risk is, of course, that, and as Sabal said, that the risk is that they will just follow what the chair has said. And the chair obviously doesn't know everything, right? So it's very important that you actually have different perspectives before you actually reach any decision. It's not a box-ticking exercise. That's key. So the different perspectives will help you navigate uncertainty much better than based just on your own perspectives. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to skip a question because I want to hear from Aliyah first, and then we go back to question number 3. So, Aliyah, you proposed to address question number 4, and this is about the cost of global cybercrime. And Amina has proposed it as well. So I will come to Amina after Aliyah. So, and at the end of 2021, the cost of global cybercrime stood at $6 trillion. To put this in perspective, that basically means that the cost of cybercrime, if it would be a country, it would be the 4th biggest economy in the world immediately after Japan. So that's how big it is right now. And according to several reports, it will exceed $10 trillion by 2025. So obviously, many boards look at cybercrime, but my question really is, how do you approach cybercrime? Do you look at it as an IT issue, or do you look at an enterprise-wide risk management issue? And if you can give any examples, that would be really appreciated. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Using this opportunity, I would like to congratulate with the Corporate Secretary's Day. So if to speak about cybersecurity in general, yes, there are there are on the level of group and in general on the IT security and culture we do a lot of work in general in group of companies of Bayteriak on a regular basis. So we listen to the reports on information security, on audit and T-audit, and we pay a lot of attention to when listening to the report on risks as a separate aspect. So there is a matrix of business processes.
Особенно это больше у нас из-за того, что это мы много времени идем, то есть у нас не все компании на самом деле полностью
in our group are digitalized. There are companies which still use paper or in the system. So where we have more the system process implemented, everything is there traced, and board of directors, when we raise the HR issues, they pay attention whether we have enough qualified human resources who can ensure the technological IT security of the company against external attacks, and so that the practices will be there will not be discontinuity of the processes. So if we had some gaps in the system, for example, stoppage of the system or some attack, then it becomes the issue of discussions at the Committee of Risks Management.
очень сильно смотрит именно всей полным составом эти вещи. Но я на то и думаю, вот предваряя тот предыдущий вопрос, который обсуждали.
The previous question which discussed,
вот именно комитеты как
the committees
обсуждают многие вот аспекты, вопросы.
Discuss a lot of aspects, questions, and maybe I had my experience regarding the Development Bank of Kazakhstan. We have been sitting 2 days on the risk committee and discussed the issue, since there was a lot of issues to be heard, and we invited external experts to that meetings, to these meetings, and it gave an opportunity to balance, to come to the balanced decision on the BOD level. Both cyber crime increased, and given the recent risks in general in the country, I know there are certain external risks, and besides, except the standards, we say IT auditors in the companies.
То есть и не финансовая компания каждые 2 года. Это как по стандарты, да? Плюс еще мы на стандарты и другие вещи смотрим, и плюс информационная
NASA standards as well as information security, and each employee, HR department controls and monitors what shall be said, what cannot be disclosed, and the information security department is testing these employees. Besides that, we don't have this kind of cases in the group of companies. There can be regular attacks, and the server notifies by the email, by the company's email, but to have some big damage out of the cases, we never had. And when we have reports on this topic, we all pay attention. I'm the member of the board of directors of
некоторые процессы автоматизированы по сравнению с Казагрофинанс. Казагрофинанс только вот делается это.
process of digitalization, and inside our company we want to have the process, all processes automated, and thus improving our information flows, better understanding the customers, who are these customers. It shall not be via this via the reports which we receive during the BOD meetings, but to invite the auditors, the external auditors, third-party auditors, and discuss with them these issues. So we have this in our as a practice in our company.
Thank you. Well, I'm very pleased to hear that Byterek has this holistic approach to cybersecurity. I took my mobile phone out of my pocket, and we all have one of these, right? And so I have a question to our audience. So please raise your hand if you have confidential information on your phone through email or other sources. Okay. Please also raise your hand if you connect to public Wi-Fi with that same phone. You know what it means? We are all the weakest link. Because if you connect to a public Wi-Fi, instantly you create a cybersecurity risk for your company, especially if you have confidential information on that phone. So it's so it's not just an IT issue, as Aliyah has mentioned. It's also a culture issue, and HR plays, and the risk committee plays a critical role in that. Amina, I know a lot has been said already, but we would love to hear your perspective, especially also that you give an outside perspective as a consultant. Yes, please.
Да, на сегодняшний день, все последние годы, да, когда мы говорим о непрерывности бизнеса, об устойчивости компаний, очень много внимания стало уделяться вопросам ESG, да, что не может не радовать, но открытым остается вопрос по кибербезопасности, по киберрискам, не только в свете казахстанского бизнеса, но и также на глобальном уровне. PwC на ежегодной основе проводит опрос среди CEO, бордов компаний по всему миру,
И в свете геополитических ситуаций был проведен опрос среди большинства компаний по тому, какие угрозы они считают наиболее существенными для своих компаний в перспективе ближайших 12 месяцев. И 49% респондентов ответили, что они обеспокоены своей системой кибербезопасности. То есть уже потом идут вопросы охраны труда и здоровья, волатильности рынка и так далее. То есть на первом месте практически половина респондентов отмечают, что кибербезопасность находится у них на критическом уровне. О чем это говорит? Это говорит о том, что на мировом уровне данный вопрос не урегулирован, то есть когда мы говорим о кибербезопасности, есть три основных гапа, которые существуют в этой сфере. То есть первое — это управление кибербезопасностью, да, то есть это утверждение лиц на уровне топ-менеджмента, на уровне бордов, которые будут ответственны за эти вопросы. Второе — это управление рисками в компании в области кибербезопасности. И третье — это раскрытие информации
is information disclosure about the cybersecurity system in the corporations themselves.
В свете этого Всемирный банк разработал в прошлом году 6 принципов, которые рекомендуются Совету директоров при внедрении системы кибербезопасности в деятельности компании. То есть ключевые моменты, то есть эти 6 принципов. Первый принцип — это то, что кибербезопасность на сегодняшний день уже не является вопросом операционного характера, да, то есть это не то, что там в компании произошло какое-то вторжение и необходимо сиюминутно на нее отреагировать. А сейчас это уже вопрос стратегического характера, который несет за собой финансовые и репутационные риски. Да, сегодня сказали, что к 2025 году ожидается, что ущерб от киберпреступлений будет в районе 10 триллионов долларов. Это огромные цифры, и в этом свете рекомендуется на уровне Совета директоров рассматривать вопросы кибербезопасности, да, то есть вопросы киберрисков должны являться вопросами повестки дня заседания Совета директоров, входить их ежегодные планы, и на регулярной основе, то есть они должны рассматривать вопросы о том, что вообще в целом происходит в компании. То есть по результатам того же опроса по кибербезопасности всего лишь 33% опрошенных отметили, что они имеют представление о том, какая ситуация у них в области кибербезопасности их компании. Да? То есть это глобальная ситуация в Казахстане, на самом деле все, то есть цифры будут еще ниже. Второй вопрос — это то, что каждой компании рекомендуется рассчитывать количественные и качественные метрики, да, то есть киберрисков, рассчитывать экономические риски в случае реализации каких-то рисков, то есть рассчитать уровень толерантности, уровень риска аппетита, включать в реестр рисков вопросы системы кибербезопасности. Третий вопрос — это то, что необходимо системно подходить к вопросу киберустойчивости компании, да, то есть это взаимодействие с государственными органами, да, особенно если мы говорим о национальных компаниях, о каких-то глобальных компаниях, потому что все компании, которые так или иначе взаимодействуют с мультинациональными и национальными компаниями, являются косвенно подверженными кибератакам, даже если не являются сами объектом атаки. Четвертый момент, четвертый принцип — это то, что в компании должна быть надлежащим образом выстроена организационная структура, да, то есть помимо того, что мы определяем департамент, ответственный за управление кибербезопасностью, необходимо также утвердить роль управляющих директоров по информационной безопасности, да, наряду с управляющими директорами по финансам, по юридическим вопросам, по рискам, да, то есть сейчас это уже на мировой арене, это то есть уже принятая практика, и также необходимо определить комитеты, компетенции которых будут входить в рассмотрение вопросов киберрисков, кибербезопасности, и, как уже было отмечено ранее, включить в рассмотрение Совета директоров данные вопросы. И
Последний принцип — это то, что необходимо обеспечить в составах совета директоров лиц с опытом в области кибербезопасности, либо на какой-то регулярной основе привлекать экспертов в этой области. Также в рамках стратегических сессий, которые должны проводиться на ежегодной основе, рассматривать также дополнительно вопросы киберрисков, кибербезопасности с привлечением как сотрудников, да, как уже сказали, то, что каждый из нас является потенциальным объектом, да, то есть если у вас на телефоне есть какая-то информация, значит, вы уже подвергаете рискам. То есть к этим обсуждениям должны привлекаться и сотрудники, и топ-менеджмент компании, и все заинтересованные лица, которые так или иначе взаимодействуют с компанией.
Great, Amina. Thank you very much for that. And I wasn't aware actually of the 6 principles of the World Bank, so I'm definitely going to be looking them up. Now, the reason why this particular question was included here is that when many companies roll out their digital transformation, but also when we deploy the 4th industrial revolution in things like agriculture, logistics and transportation, and in energy, then cybersecurity risk becomes of a totally different scale. So there are tremendous opportunities with deploying the 4th industrial revolution, but at the same time we should be very cognizant of the risks associated with that as well. Equally important is, and it was mentioned by both our speakers here, that cybersecurity is truly a board-level issue. It's not an issue that you're going to just delegate to management. No, it needs to be addressed by the board. Of course, on a day-to-day basis, management needs to be involved and the various departments, but it's truly an issue that should be discussed at the board level and on a regular basis at the same time. We're reaching the end of this panel. And there are 2 questions that I'm going to ask together to one individual who's sitting right in the middle, and he's nodding, so he knows that he's going to be asked this question. It's Marat, of course. And so first of all, how does your board internalize externalities? Remember this earlier today we talked about these externalities. Weak signals or potentially strong signals. Hopefully we don't get to the strong signals. Things like global climate change, in developing your strategy. And this with the objective, of course, to avoid being blindsided. And then I have another question for you as well. Go ahead, Marat.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Well, obviously, there's no silver bullet, but if you would look at how the company can best try to internalize externalities, I think, is basically having a broader view. So it's about having, I would say, as you actually mentioned as well in your previous presentation, having a forward-looking and separate risk committee that is actually not part of the audit committee of the company, because as you mentioned as well, audit committee tends to look backwards, and you need to look forwards and discuss those things. So, and of course, in that, for example, this became a requirement to have such a committee after the world financial crisis, particularly in the UK and the US. This became the requirement, and it was a requirement for financial companies. But I would argue that perhaps it should be not only for financial companies, but actually for all other sectors of the economy. Because basically it's about having this, as you also mentioned earlier, peripheral vision, and also combined with an entrepreneurial mindset. So I have actually, from my personal experience, a very good case on that. So many years ago, for about 6 years, I worked for a company called Statoil. It's a Norwegian national oil company, a bit like our Kazmunagas. I spent a few years there in Norway and in London. And in London, for a couple of years, I worked at their competitor intelligence unit that was actually tasked with such things. And basically, and Statoil, I really applaud this company. This is an absolutely amazing company in so many different things, in terms of really enhanced recovery, in terms of corporate governance, in terms of energy transition. but even in that, in strategic foresight. And I remember it's when I thought about the topic of this and the questions, it's I remembered that I have a reference, a personal reference. So what we did there, this was in 2012 and 13. We've set up, of course, I was just part of the team. I wasn't running this, but I was helping. So we've set up the Strategic Advisory Council at Statoil at the Executive Vice President's level. And we really invited some incredible people to that advisory council, including Sir John Scarlett, who's a former chairman of MI6, so the UK's secret intelligence agency. And really, this was an amazing experience because, so basically every quarter that advisory council consisted of many bright individuals would meet with top management, with CEO and EVPs, and discuss those externalities. And of course, at some point we involved also the, quite a hefty price actually, but consultancy Stratfor, which is basically strategic foresight consultancy, and they gave us some really good advices. And because, of course, it's an oil and gas business, you cannot only look at the project economics from the project economics standpoint, but you have to involve and calculate the regulatory aspects, the stability of contracts, and even the political and social situation in the countries that you operate in. And at that time, I remember we looked at different prospects even in Ghana and Mozambique, and of course Russian Arctic and Sea of Okhotsk and all that. So this was really an amazing experience, and I think having this such kind of forward-looking committee would really, really help companies to internalize externalities.
That's super. And of course, I knew that you used to work for Statoil. You probably all know that I used to work for Shell, and I was working for Shell International, that was in headquarters. And so Shell also had this competitive intelligence network. And you know what it was modeled on? The Catholic Church. So don't think about the religion here, but think about the organization of the institution. It's the only religion that actually is organized as such. By the way, the CIA is modeled on the Catholic Church as well. So if you come from a Catholic country, then the priest, so which is kind of the soldier within the Catholic Church, will actually pass by in various households on a monthly basis and collects a lot of intelligence about what's going on in society. The priest actually feeds that information to the level of the bishop. The bishop is typically at the city level. And then from the bishop it goes to the cardinal, which is at country level for, let's say, a small country, and then all the way up to the Vatican. What I'm trying to say is that although it's centrally coordinated, like the way it is at the CIA and the way it is at Shell, and I expect at Equinor, which is now the new name of Statoil, it's decentralized in its implementation. So you continuously scan for weak signals, and you feed that back up, and at the center, the board in essence, you make decisions based on that. Now, increasingly, what we also see is that these things are automated based on AI and machine learning. But at the time when these competitive intelligence networks were developed, all of these things did not exist. So I have now a final question, Marat, for you. Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to ask each of the panelists to give 30 seconds closing comments based on whatever you want to talk about in terms of disruptive risks and resilience. But first to Marat. So you know that there are factors that are outside of your control. Let's say oil price. Oil price can go up, oil price can go down. So obviously companies have performance indicators. And when the oil price is up, you're going to be doing well, let's say on things like return on average capital employed, ROACE. If the oil price is down, obviously you're not going to be doing very well. So my question to you is, how do you neutralize for the effect of luck? Because obviously we're not in the business of luck. We're in the business of driving sustainable, inclusive, and resilient business growth for the benefit of society. Marat, please.
Thank you, Professor. A very, very good question indeed. to be honest, I sometimes think that so many things are so dependent on luck, because otherwise I just don't know how it all stands together. But really, if, well, obviously, again, there's no silver bullet, but I think one way how to try to distinguish between luck and resilience is try to normalize KPIs. And of course, for example, what you've mentioned with regards to an oil price, things don't depend on us, and even on the largest institutions and companies and even countries. So for example, the oil price is set by the market, the global market. I think no single country except Saudi Arabia can actually significantly influence that. And I remember my university professor from University of Aberdeen once said, so at a time of high oil price, you know, sometimes the oil industry spends money like drunken sailors, so they approve all the projects. So good projects approved, bad projects approved, crazy projects approved. But the real sharp decline in oil price would separate men from children. And that is basically how you, through resilience, you must be able to actually prepare for a bad time, a time of low oil price. And this is what I've seen as well. So when we worked with colleagues and tackled different issues, so when I worked at Samruk Kazina, I was a portfolio investment director at the fund. And obviously with Samruk Kazina, because the portfolio, the total portfolio is so much weighted towards oil and gas and KMG, it's 60–70% of portfolio. And sometimes if you look at it holistically from portfolio management perspective, it doesn't really matter what performance improvement or optimization you do at Kazakh Telecom or at other smaller national companies. Your whole business plan of the fund and KMG is totally dependent on oil price. If the oil price is high, the business plan is green, everything's great. If the oil price is low, then the business plan is red, and the whole Samruk Kazina is red, actually. So again, there's no easy answer, but trying to normalize those KPIs. And normalize means, in my view, is basically you try to remove the externalities like oil price and try to set the basically expectations based on pre-agreed kind of project parameters. And you've mentioned ROACE, return on average capital employed, or some other things where you can really show that basically this is a result of the management. And therefore, if there is a clear link and visibility between the actions and results, then obviously that encourages more accountability and more resilience, because people would know and would think that through their actions and through their management decisions, they are really making change. And therefore, basically, the results are derived from their actions. So having this more clear link between actions and results, I think would encourage that separation between luck and resilience.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And indeed, accountability is one of the three tenets of corporate governance. Obviously, we want to make sure that management is accountable for their actions, and therefore we want to normalize, as you mentioned, the KPIs. So I'm now going to ask, and I will start with Amina and work my way all the way back here. So Aliya has the closing comments then. And so 30 seconds, closing comments, each of you. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to finalize and talk about risk management and globally. Risk management, it's not about governance of risk at the top level only. Each employee of company, each part of company is responsible for risk management of the company, because everyone has their own responsibility at each level. So if we want to damage risks at the level, so everyone should be responsible at their own level and manage risks of a global company. So that's all.
Indeed. So the importance of risk owners. Marat, please.
Well, in my 20-30 second of à la verde on risk management and resilience, so this is something that we could say like a toast from each one. So I would like to summarize what each of us has said. So basically, we maybe, well, I'd like to think I'm somewhat related also to the corporate secretary profession, even so I'm not. But if we all, as corporate secretaries of our respective organizations and companies and entities, would highlight everything that was said here to the management board, to the board of directors more, the need for socializing decision making, the need for fighting, different cognitive biases and multiple biases, the importance of cybersecurity risks, the importance of having, action-related results or results related to specific actions, the importance of having clarity and transparency in decision making. And I would say we as professionals, we will be doing our part in terms of developing not only the sector and the corporate governance issues at the companies, but this would be our contribution towards development of all those national and private companies in Kazakhstan, and therefore contribution to our national economic development.
Thank you. Aliya, please.
Что хочу сказать? Но в целом,
So what I would like to say,
мне нравятся вот такие подобные мероприятия.
I like this kind of events
Что в них
from the point of view that you
через определенный сквозь период, и очень многие вещи лучше управлять. То есть и в этом смысле, когда мы эти отчеты издаем,
different processes. And when, for example, in our company, we submit some reports on the risks based on the automated processes. When I read this kind of reports, I start to analyze this information. So what is very important is the feedback. If we have the feedback established, feedback line established between the board of directors and the employees, it would be great. It should not be done once in a year during the strategic session. No, it should be on a regular basis. And in this regard, the corporate secretary role is very important. Because not only from the procedural point of view, but the corporate secretary should be a link between the board of
Но в целом для устойчивости, конечно, всегда на любые происходящие события это должно быть обсуждено с приглашением всех заинтересованных сторон,
with involvement of all the stakeholders to understand what kind of actions we should take to mitigate these risks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before I'm going to ask to give my panel a warm hand of applause, I wanted to quickly remind everybody that the company secretary is the only full-time governance professional employed at the company. You all know that I have both a chartered director qualification of the IOD, but I'm also a fellow of the Chartered Governance Institute. And I found the program developed by the Chartered Governance Institute much more rigorous. Why is that? It's actually very simple, because the company secretary is the conscience of the company, and therefore needs to have a much more rigorous understanding of the various aspects linked to corporate governance. Just to give you an idea, in order to become a chartered director, study time is about 600 hours. Of course, very significant, but in order to become a chartered governance fellow, the study time is 1,400 hours, more than twice. Of course, it's not just about study time, it's also about experience and mindset is equally important. But for example, as the board chair, I see the company secretary as my sparring partner. I not only work with my company secretary in order to develop the agenda, but also whenever I need certain advice, let's say legal advice or on corporate governance regulations, let's say in Kazakhstan, the first person I go to is the company secretary. So the company secretary is the conscience of the board and of the company. And please keep that in mind. We are here today in order to promote and celebrate the profession of the company secretary. So I would like now to invite our guest to give a warm hand of applause to our panel. I've learned a lot today, and I would like to thank them for their insights, for sharing their insights. Thank you very much.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I believe we have time for a small 15-minute coffee break, and then we'll reconvene for our part 3 of our forum today.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So this is about company secretary competition. You all know very well this is an annual thing that we do within the framework of the Corporate Secretary Forum. And basically, you all know the rules, but just to highlight very quickly. So in order to participate in the competition, participants had to write an essay on how did you, as company secretary, contribute to the resiliency of your company, or how do you plan as company secretary to contribute to the resiliency of your company? And the essay assessment criteria are as follows: clarity, logical organization, persuasiveness, and originality. And we have a very high-profile and esteemed jury that will be judging as well, and we will also have a voting system. And then I will invite our dear colleague, Mr. Ardak Jumagaliyev, to award the contestants. So we have three, and let me first invite our first contestant, who will be on video, actually. His name is Mr. Timur Usen. He is a senior associate at the Assistance Law Firm.
Hello everyone, my name is Timur Usen. I'm a senior associate at Assistance Law Firm, and this is my presentation to my essay on the subject Contribution of the Company Secretary to the Resiliency of the Company, which I prepared for the Corporate Secretary Forum 2022, organized by Batirek Holding, AFC, and BCPD. Unfortunately, I'm unable to participate in the forum in person this year. Therefore, I decided to send my presentation along with video to your attention. Hope you enjoy it. Key points reviewed in this presentation are as follows: role of the company secretary, risks and disruptions, resiliency, inclusiveness and sustainability, how risks and shock may be mitigated, and how the company secretary may contribute to the company. The company subject of this presentation is one of the top players in the FMCG sector in Kazakhstan. It's a company with a long-term presence in the market, and besides providing demandable products to the consumers, it also provides workplace for a large team of employees, payment of taxes to the government, support of the society in various sustainability and environmental initiatives and projects nationwide. The role of the company secretary is much more than just administrative. At its best, it delivers strategic leadership, acting as a vital bridge between the executive management and the board and facilitating the delivery of organizational objectives. Company secretaries are ideally placed to align interests of different parties around the boardroom table, facilitate dialogue, gather and assimilate relevant information, and enable effective decision-making. Company secretary must be well informed of the overall company situation, understand the agendas, negotiation, and resilience. The role is constantly evolving and is becoming more than just about internal administration and keeping of minutes of the meetings. Company secretaries are embedded in the process of making boards more effective. They contribute by observing boards in action and advise on any skill gaps that would require filling. International standards define risk as the effect of uncertainty on objectives, whether positive or negative. One of the objectives would be the continued existence of the organization. Disruption is the term that defines events and circumstances which would also affect the continuity of the organization's activity. Generally, risk refers to the possibility that something unexpected or not planned for will happen. This could be something bad happening, which in many cases is the perception, but it also could be that things turn out for better than expected. These two situations are commonly referred to as downside risk and upside risk, or opportunity risk, respectively. In terms of corporate governance, resilience is defined as the capacity to quickly recover from external shocks. Adapting of the board to challenges is crucial for success and long-term existence of the organization. Organizations therefore should have prepared plans to recovery from such events and mitigation of risks, and/or using them to the advantage of the organization. Inclusiveness and sustainability, on the other hand, is about people, equal treatment, and interests of future generations. The term sustainability refers to an organization focusing on its long-term survival. It requires organizations to balance their current requirements for operating their businesses without compromising the needs of future generations. The company may deal with rising risks by taking following actions: advance preparation work to deal with sudden supply chain disruptions, appoint a permanent team that manages risks issues on a regular basis, implement company groups, global practices and policies with their adoption to local regulations, ensure that relevant processes and policies to support the company's work are in place and in line with the marketing, IT, and legal departments of the company. Company secretary may contribute by driving adoption of new corporate governance approaches, recognizing for what the company stands for, and remind of this occasionally to the management, stakeholders, and the board. Take relevant actions to identify and assess possible risks, and review and understand how company deals with unexpected situations. Company secretary may also contribute by managing relationships and tensions in the boardroom by ensuring a dialogue-based manner at the meetings, encouraging speakers to reveal their concerns of interests, helping them avoid misunderstandings, and ensuring that ESG and CSR matters are on the agenda of the board meetings. Also, integrating the resiliency debate to the board meetings by emphasizing the importance of this matter and providing relevant arguments to the board members to consider. Company secretary may also help in preparation of recovery plans and scenarios for different disruptive situations, suggest the board to establish a risk committee, implement risk maps and policies, as well as different recovery plans, policies that would be related to continuous work of the company, including work from home, remote work policies, e-document workflow, and so on. Importance of the good governance practice. The company secretary has a significant role in advising the board and the management of the company on various corporate governance matters. Within this role, I think I could be able to help the company to develop a systematic supply chain risk management approach to gradually shift from the current reactive measures to outcome-based proactive ones, which would help the company become more resilient to the challenges of the world and the market. Thank you very much for your attention.
We thank our contestant Timur for participating in the contest. And now I would like to give the floor to a second contestant, also on video. Her name is Jania Hussein. She's a partner at the Assistance Law Firm.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jania Hussein, and I'm very pleased to present at this forum. I'm sorry I cannot attend physically because of the virus. COVID-19 has been a global disruptive risk for the last 3 years, testing our resiliency at all levels. And that brings me to the topic of my presentation. Let me please put it on. I'm performing the functions of a company secretary in a non-profit organization as part of legal and compliance outsourcing. I have an incentive that my organization continues to do well, and therefore I want to make sure that they remain resilient in the face of uncertainty. Our organization is a non-profit operating in the field of research, health, and social services. Our founders and funders are very receptive to the important role of risk management in our nonprofit sustainability, as it is in their interest to ensure that we are spending money with an eye toward long-term resilience and stability. Risk management is an emerging nonprofit best practice globally. And for this reason, we already have some risk management procedures in place as shown here. However, as far as global disruptive risks concerned, until pandemic, we have not dealt with them, mostly because in our risk matrix, these risks sit in the low likelihood and high impact zone. As illustrated here,
using Professor Alexander van der Poel's Animal Kingdom of Disruptive Forces and 4 generations of corporate governance, we are currently in between stages 2 and 3 of corporate governance. And to be resilient, we need to leapfrog to stage 4.0. Making said leapfrog would require us to revise our existing framework of controls to account for emerging global disruptive risks, such as COVID-19 pandemic, global military and political tensions, for example, Russia's so-called military operation and resulting sanctions, as well as climate change. These global risks are external, and we obviously cannot control them. However, by way of their internalizing, we might be able to control some of their implications onto us. For example, many of the indicated risks translate into mental health of our workforce, which has immediate negative effect onto our operations. And these implications we can control and mitigate. At present moment, my role of company secretary is more of a compliance officer and contributor to the overall risk profile report. I help the board to consider the risks the organization is exposed and be satisfied that systems and procedures are established to manage those risks. However, there is much more that could be done, as for example listed here. We can deal with uncertainties as an organization only if we know what are the purpose of our existence and understand on why we are doing that. Therefore, our mission achievement should be at the forefront with risk management embedded into strategy setting. And then we need to build a team representing all functional areas of the organization and key stakeholders and getting insights, inputs, and feedbacks from the key stakeholders and subject matter experts. We should view resiliency as a process and consider specific activities within 3 phases that enable crisis management, which phases are pre-crisis, crisis, and post-crisis. And we should engage in activities to strengthen foundational resilience factors that enable mission achievement and in turn support risk management and successful management and transformative learning following crisis. To account for global disruptive risks, we will need to update our risk inventory. And there are few stages to this process, such as risk identification, risk management, risk response solutions, monitoring and review of the risk management effectiveness. To identify disruptive risks, we can use SWOT analysis of pestle factors as well as miscellaneous key risk indicators. And then we can internalize risks by taking a new risk in a new context and translating into organizational risks such as regulatory, strategic, operational, and financial risk. Then we can proceed with assessing their impact onto our organization and estimating what are the maximum possible losses from each risk, how much capital needs to be allocated for each risk, and how the risk would affect cash flow. In performing assessment, each risk should be given an impact and likelihood rating. Goal is to determine on whether our organization is vulnerable to any of such risks that potentially might have an extremely high impact on its operations. Then it should be considered and evaluated regardless of how remote the likelihood of its happening appears to be. Also, it is important to see if one low-impact risk may lead to another and another, so that the cumulative impact becomes extreme or catastrophic to us. We will need to develop proper processes and procedures, which should be flexible to situation in each of 3 categories of disruptive risks, and should allow us to mitigate those risks, minimizing harm and turn them into opportunities. This is especially true for the white elephant risks, which include those of IT and artificial intelligence developments and Industrial Revolution 4.0 in healthcare sector. After identifying and prioritizing risks, the next step would be to proactively respond to them. Responding includes researching and measuring emerging risks, mitigating threats, developing opportunities, using pilot programs. For example, beginning a new programming initiative or modifying current program to see whether results improve, and declaring certain activities off limits. This could be done through processes, procedures, and documented processes. Next step involves periodic evaluation of those responses to see what works, what needs improvement, and what else can be done. And then, critically, a risk cycle requires looping back through the process perpetually to institutionalize a culture of learning, improvement, agility, and responsiveness. This scheme illustrates on what we are hoping to achieve as a result of the described process. By preparing ourselves for emerging disruptive risks, we can make our organization more resilient and confident in the face of uncertain future and allow it to adapt and thrive. To become resilient, we need to be not only compliant with laws and regulations, but also contribute to sustainable, inclusive, and resilient long-term success of our organization for the benefit of society. And I am pleased to be a part of this process. Thank you very much for your attention.
I'd like to thank our second contestant, and in fact, both contestants. I believe, judging from the surnames and the company that they work for, they could be related. So I would say a very active family indeed. They really took the time to participate, to prepare the materials, to research the subject and present their views. So I really, really thank them. And it seems like Zhanya is also fully up to speed, Professor, with your methodology on the animal kingdoms and the governance. So really, I think she's paying very, very close attention to trends and does a lot of research in that subject, and perhaps have attended one of your presentation and seminars previously. So, so very, very strong contestants indeed. So dear ladies and gentlemen, let me give the floor to our third contestant, who is with us here today happily, Miss Aliya Botabayeva, the Corporate Secretary of the Industrial Development Fund. Aliya, the floor is yours.
Hello, distinguished participants of the forum. I'd like to congratulate everyone.
Я являюсь корпоративным секретарем акционерного общества Фонд развития промышленности.
I'm a corporate secretary of the Industrial Development Fund. This is the daughter company of the Kazakhstan Development Fund, subsidiary of Bayterek. Industrial Development Fund was created in September 2005, and on the leasing market, the company has been for 16 years. And the portfolio is 76 billion tenge. We have financed 152 projects. The assets of the company are equal to 1,066 million. BA2 is the credit rating of the company. According to the law, we have our own status, mandate, and the objectives. Implement the
в сфере обрабатывающей промышленности, реализует проекты с высоким социально-экономическим эффектом и высокой добавляемой стоимостью. Также основные цели деятельности.
One of the objectives of our fund is to promote the sustainable development goals. The next slide shows the current results of our activities. We, for example, renew different transport fleets, and these are different types of transport vehicles. trucks, locomotives, then aircrafts, and so on. We have 9 key initiatives within the framework of the ESG agenda. As a socially responsible company, we are
финансовой поддержки и повседневной деятельности как самого фонда, так и его лизингополучателей. Публичные компании сталкиваются с растущим давлением со стороны инвесторов, требующих повышения гендерного
very often are facing the issue of improving gender equality in its organizational structure. And the fund has identified 9 key initiatives which will be considered and implemented in the development strategy for a long-term period of 10 years. These are such initiatives as jobs, human capital, social projects, gender, diversity, business ethics and compliance, transparency, waste management, environment, climate change, and decarbonization. In general, the key factors for updating the strategy
такие глобальные тренды, как постковидное восстановление, международные санкции, перестройки в логистике, глобальное инфляционное давление, снижение прогнозов по экономическому росту, ESG, инновации и
digitalization.
Долгосрочная стратегия развития Фонда развития
Long-term development strategy of the fund for 2023-2032 will be focused on investments in corporate governance, human development, diversification of risk management culture and operations, ESG standards, and the system of indicators in the field of credit consideration, credit granting consideration. We'll also consider the markets of green and sustainable financing of projects, database knowledge database, improving
вызовами и решения, которые потребовали незамедлительного решения. Это январские события, которые
on the spot, like January events in Kazakhstan, geopolitical events which actually impact Kazakhstan as well. In this case, such cases we have contingency strategic sessions where we discuss which measures should be taken by the fund
функционированию и дальнейшей реализации своих основных задач.
To further function and implement its everyday tasks. On a daily basis, compliance service monitors sanctions, limitations are on a monthly basis at the risk committee. We discuss sanction-related risks.
Также все работники компании были обеспечены ноутбуками, удаленным доступом к серверу фонда, снижение человеческого вмешательства в бизнес-процессы. Многие процессы у нас автоматизированы, документы оцифрованы, что
phase of the business
позволяет
processes, we've digitalized different documents, which allows to use them remotely. Corporate governance rating of our organization in 2018 was 78.2%. In 2022, as a result of the diagnostics by the Internal Audit Service, the rating was 92%. In long-term development strategy of our fund, the new expectations of the board of directors members are to showcase the best practice in the field of corporate governance,
приверженность принципам устойчивого развития, соблюдение фидуциарных обязанностей, обеспечение долгосрочного будущего организации, то есть процветания, а также управление
рисками.
Так, обществом Our
fund has approved sustainable development policy. The Strategic Planning and Corporate Development Committee has the functions of proposing different actions in Sustainable Development Action Plan, approval, and in sustainable development, strategy implementation and implementation, different activities in sustainable development, thus implementing KPIs in the field of sustainable development. Moreover, the Strategic Planning Committee of the BOD is carrying out strategic sessions on a regular basis.
В частности, по пайплайну проектов фонда на 2022 год, по динамике его исполнения. Ежемесячная информация направляется Совету директоров. Профильный комитет ежемесячно заслушивает рабочую порядке исполнения пайплайна. Также
information to the report on implementing the pipeline of the projects. Moreover, we plan to automate the system so that independent directors, members of the BOD, could have access to this system online when it's convenient for them. At the same time, in the strategic session, we've considered the vision of the development strategy of the company for the next decade, taking account international experience. We've actually decided to develop a new concept of the long-term strategy, development strategy of the fund, taking into account both internal and external factors. As I have mentioned, we have automated all the business processes, like document turnover,
заседаний комитетов, получение выписок из решений комитетов и совета директоров у нас полностью автоматизированы. Даже автоматизированы отчеты о понесенных расходах независимым директорами, связанные с их очным участием в заседаниях совета директоров.
The system of expenditures when organizing BOD meetings, independent directors and all other members of the board of directors have a remote access to SIM-based database, which contains all the minutes of the boards of directors and meetings and the materials of those meetings. Gender indicators is one of the principles of ESG agenda, and
на слайд, на презентацию указано.
You may see the staff turnover data.
Доля женщин на руководящих позициях в фонде составляет 35,5%, что соответствует
of women
в целом высказыванию
managers, which actually is in compliance with Kasim-Javad Tokayev's proposal to increase the number of women in on the managerial positions up to 30% at least. These days, we may consider our fund a benchmark on gender diversity. The average period of stay with the fund among women is 8.6 years and among men is 5.5 years.
В целом, в заключение хотелось бы также отметить, что во вторник Европарламентом был принят закон о гендерном распределении Совета директоров согласно которому к концу июня 2026 года планируется, что в составе Совета директоров не менее 33% будет составлять из женщин.
Women should represent not less than 30% of the members of the board of directors. Actually, the fund fund's policy corresponds to the gender equality principle in among the members of the management.
В составе правления два заместителя председателя правления являются женщинами. В составе совета директоров также два члена совета директоров, один из которых является независимым директором, является женщиной. В этом плане можно сказать, что фонд выполняет предложение президента по повышению участия женщин в руководстве.
Proposal to increase the number of women in the management.
У нас в мире изменений существует новое ожидание от Совета директоров, от которых ждут ожидания, что Совет директоров продемонстрирует передовой опыт в области корпоративного управления устойчивым развитием в рамках своих фидуциарных обязанностей. Я считаю, что корпоративный секретарь при выполнении своих функций не только должен выполнять внутренние процедурные моменты в области корпоративного управления, но а также отслеживать внешнюю среду, чтобы быть в полной мере информированным о всех тенденциях, происходящих в мире, в том числе в области устойчивого развития, возникающих проблем, передовых методах и как одним из способов решения этих задач. И в целом он должен служить исполнителем, связующим звеном между тремя органами правления, Советом директоров и единственным акционером. Спасибо.
Thank you very much, Alia. Very strong results indeed. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, with that, I would like to open the floor for the electronic voting system. And then I would like to invite Mr. Ardak Zhumagaliyev to announce the winners and award the contestants. Please. Please, please.
Коллеги, чтобы проголосовать, нужно отсканировать через камеру, откроется на сайте выбор, сделайте его правильно.
You have to choose among these three contestants.
Professor, did you make the right choice? Oh, we could do that? We could do that? Okay. I did actually.
So it takes a bit of time, as you need to also write your names afterwards, I believe. But I guess we'll see the results any second now. I'll try to entertain while we wait for the results by announcing that the winner is Saudi Arabia. Totally unexpected, but it happens. Ladies and gentlemen, Aliya Botabayeva wins. Congratulations.
Congratulations. So what happens is, because we don't know the results of the voting, so we don't know whose name to put on the certificate for the first place. So what's happening now is our colleagues there, they're actually writing down the name, which is why we should wait a little. And then as soon as they're ready, we will congratulate Aliya. And one more thing, or actually let's just wait for it. Let's wait. Не, нормально. Просто пока. Кстати.
Спасибо большое, очень волнительно. Это мое первое выступление на форуме. Очень приятно было видеть коллег,
That was my first presentation at such a forum. It was a pleasure to see my colleagues here, participants of the panel sessions, and I would like to thank you for the information given to us today. It would be very useful in our further work. Wish you all the success in your work. Thank you. I've been involved in corporate governance since 2009. I used to work in agricultural institutions, and I've joined Байтерек in 2015. I worked
в данной структуре работаю. Можно сказать, полноценно с 2015 года.
That is another question from the audience.
Недавно вот обсуждали
Recently we've discussed
при предоставлении отчета за третий квартал посмотрели, у нас заседания комитетов прошли в количестве 15 заседаний, и при этом, не учитывая стратегические сессии, бывают предкомитеты, где мы полноценно заслушивают каждую сделку. У нас независимые директора очень требовательные в отношении сделок.
Our independent directors are very thorough when considering the transactions.
Комитет, да, у нас очень активный.
We have very proactive committees.
Они не хотели отдавать приз, пришлось пойти забрать.
So I had to fetch the prize.
Первое, это вот сертификат за первое место. Книга профессора Ван де Пута о корпоративном управлении. Наш партнер по форуму бизнес-школы КазГИУ вышел с инициативой представить такой подарок, ноутбук победителю за первое место. Так, за второе и третье место, ну давайте, наверное, покажем зрителям, да, если готовы. Эти сертификаты мы направим адресатам, получателям. Тимур Усен у нас занимает второе место. И если вы смотрите, мы вам отправим сертификат на следующей неделе. И третье место у нас Жания Усен. Мы, кстати, тоже задумывались, это родственники или однофамильцы. Пока нету, пока нету. И еще один сертификат, Certificate of Appreciation, совместно с профессором Ван де Путом решили выразить благодарность за оказание содействия при подготовке к форуму. На самом деле было несколько людей задействовано, но один из людей, кому мы хотим подарить данный сертификат, это сотрудница службы корпсекретаря Диана Нуртаева.
Thank you so much.
На самом деле, сейчас у нас 23-го прошли комитеты, 24-го совет директоров, 25-го форум. Очень большая проделана работа всей службой, но конкретно в части форума у нас была задействована Диана, в связи с чем выражаем свою искреннюю благодарность. Спасибо большое. Скажите?
Во-первых, я, конечно, всех поздравляю с, можно сказать, уже нашим профессиональным праздником корпоративного секретаря. Я очень рада познакомиться со многими коллегами, с которыми мы как-то так онлайн взаимодействуем, уже появилась такая классная возможность вживую познакомиться. Честно, неожиданно приятно, я даже не подозревала, что, такой, казалось бы, маленький вклад сегодня будет, как бы скажем, отмечен. Еще раз всех с праздником, всем желаю классных выходных, и сегодня отличного вечера в пятницу.
Да, и уважаемые коллеги, я хотел бы сказать маленький анонсмент. Госпожа Алия Ботабаева всех приглашает на автопати в ресторан «Селфи» в Ритц-Карлтон. По случаю такой блестящей победы, шучу. Уважаемые коллеги, я бы хотел предоставить слово господину Жардему, и после этого я сделаю несколько closing remarks, и на этом мы завершим наше мероприятие.
Я бы хотел выразить благодарность всем организаторам, всем коллегам за проведенный форум, поздравить Алию с победой. Очень рад, что Алия победила. Вообще, я считаю, что то, что форум продолжается, и что мы собираемся и в этот день мы отмечаем наших лучших, это большое дело.
takes place and that we
Хотел бы также
celebrate
поблагодарить
the
Артака
best people is a
за то, что он взял
huge
лидерство в этом году на себя
event.
в
And I would like to thank
проведении этого
Ardak for
форума.
being a leader in
Господин
carrying
профессор, он
out this
всегда
forum. Mr.
открыт
Professor is
ко всему,
always
что связано
open
с
to everything
корпоративным
which is
управлением.
related to the
Ну и Диану
corporate
хотел бы также
governance.
поздравить,
And
потому что
Diana,
Диана
congratulations.
буквально вчера у нас закончила
Yesterday she
программу сертификации. Буквально вчера был экзамен. Вчера она еще и экзамен сдала, то есть успела и со всех сторон. И я думаю, что это заслуженно, что вас отметили. Спасибо всем, коллеги. Еще раз с праздником.
Also appreciated.
Да, уважаемые коллеги, позвольте мне пару заключительных remarks сделать по нашему мероприятию. Во-первых, большое вам всем спасибо за участие. На самом деле, без вас и без команды организаторов, без всех участников онлайн это мероприятие бы не состоялось. Во-вторых, поздравить еще раз с профессиональным праздником. На самом деле, от всей души поздравления и самые-самые наилучшие пожелания. И в-третьих, хотелось бы сказать, что за сегодня мы, в принципе, даже узнали, не то, что там увидели, услышали, но и узнали многое. И хотелось бы, чтобы на самом деле на данной площадке также встречались только the brightest and sharpest minds, делились своим опытом, своей экспертизой, своими профессиональными, своими жизненными наблюдениями с коллегами, со всеми, не только в секторе корпуправления, но и в целом в самых-самых разных подразделениях. И, может быть, я считаю, что это было бы также очень полезно, что делать подобные мероприятия также, в принципе, и для всех бизнес-линий, поскольку на самом деле очень-очень много полезной исчерпывающей информации и про риски, и про disruption, и про лидерство, и про стратегию, и про управление бизнесом, компаниями и организацией. Ну и в конце я бы хотел бы закончить такой небольшой притчей. Это больше, наверное, про победу Тимура Усена, наверное, в отношении Жанны, Жани Усен. Мне кажется, по фамилии это, наверное, семья, и, наверное, это мама и сын, поскольку еще работают в одной компании. И то, что сын занял второе место, я уверен, госпожа Усен, она очень-очень рада. И здесь хотелось бы закончить этой притчей про Абай Кунанбайұлы. И если можно на казахском, да, тоже это скажу, и потом, кто не поймет, могу перевести.
If someone will not understand, I will translate.
На бір отырыста Құнанбайдан бір адамдар Абай жайлы сұрап кетті. Құнанбай ағамыз, сізді бүкіл осы Семей өңіріндегі ел біледі. Сіз көп жыл бойы болыс болдыңыз. Бірақ сіздің балаңыз, кішкентай Абай, ол 6 ауыз өлең жазып, оны тек қана Семей өңірі емес, бүкіл Ақмола өңірі де біледі. Сіздің балаңыз сізден асып кетті деймін. Сонда Құнанбайұлы айтады. Құнанбай ағамыз айтады. Менен асып кету үшін бірінші Абайдай ұл тапсын. Поэтому, мне кажется, да, вот на самом деле в этой притче очень-очень такой важный смысл. И всегда, конечно же, мы очень-очень искренне рады победам, достижениям нашего следующего поколения. Поэтому на этом хотел завершить наш сегодняшний форум. Еще раз всем большое спасибо за участие и еще раз поздравляю с профессиональным праздником.